Good morning. Oh, good evening. Or wherever you are. How's everyone doing? Oh my goodness. Happy Thursday. And yes, we're going to be carrying on with the octopus, even though there's no T here whatsoever. As you can see, it has kind of progressed. Did I think I saved a version of where we got to yesterday. I've been posting in the Discord kind of like some progress pictures if you are interested to see kind of how it's progressed. I've definitely got a version 1 though somewhere. Where have I put it? Ah, there we go. Yeah. So however long yesterday's stream was, I don't know, 2-3 hours, whatever it ended up being, that was where we got to with wrapping the octopus around the teapot. This is kind of where things are now. He's hanging with his teapot in a pirate ship cabin that has unfortunately become flooded. So we've got a bit more context now. How are you coming up with these ideas? Snake, apple, octopus, something. Chat. It wasn't me. I think for both of these actually, it was I need to combine at least just start with 2, but 2 random things. Someone said octopus yesterday and teapot, and then I think it was a thief that said put the octopus on the teapot or something like that, and then I was thinking, oh, we could have him pouring the tea. So yeah, like the whole thing is just a collaborative effort, and I think the snake and the apple as well. I think Raquel said snake, someone else said apple. We chucked it together. And this is where we left off yesterday, but didn't actually have an idea for this scene as a whole. Probably should have considered that beforehand, but you know, that's just the way it goes sometimes. Things change as you go through the process. This was the perfect image for this, to be able to combine the tentacles and wrap them around. You could not get a better pair. Brilliant. We got the little teapot bit on his head there. But then, yeah, I was thinking, where am I going to put him? I think I definitely asked ChatGPT, but I can't remember if it gave me an answer. What did I put? I'm just trying to find what I put. Yeah, I put into ChatGPT. If an octopus was hanging from a... Oh, sorry, the microphone's 50 million miles away. I put into ChatGPT, if an octopus was hanging from a pirate ship ceiling in the cabin, what things like lamps or ropes could it logically be hanging from? So I had this idea for the pirate ship. I quite liked that idea. And originally there was like a desk underneath, and then I thought, nah, we're gonna flood the whole room, which kind of makes sense really, because it's almost like the octopus is in a sinking ship and this was the captain's teapot, so the whole thing just makes sense. Whereas yesterday we were talking about putting him in snow and in the desert, and yeah, it was all a bit it didn't really feel like very cohesive. Do you know what I mean? Like it didn't really fit together, but now it does. So the other image that I generated was, if I go into this a few steps, yeah, so a captain's cabin. So I didn't need to worry about the detail too much because a lot of it is going to be out of focus in the background, but it was more about, I wanted something with lighting, because then I can create some very specific dramatic cinematic lighting. You talk too much and show less. Well, this probably ain't the stream for you then. I would kindly invite you to sod off. So yeah, they've got the lighting up there, and this is good because it kind of is going to enable us to create some really interesting lighting and shadows. I love all that kind of stuff. And the Flood 2 plugin, this is amazing. Like, I cannot recommend this enough. Flaming Pear Flood 2. I think there's like a free trial with it, but I'm going to buy it again because it's just so damn good. And you can literally take your entire image and it will do like a water version of it. So if I just copy this a sec. Yeah, do you like that, Paul? We ain't got no time for these twats. Right. Flaming Pear. Flood 2. Yeah, so you can literally choose where the waterline is. And then you can adjust the type as well. I think I went with complex in the end because it gives like a more realistic result. It's just a flipping great plugin. So good. So it kind of generated the whole thing flat. Obviously that's not going to work with the perspective. So I kind of mapped out the perspective lines. So this is kind of roughly thereabouts the perspective of the room. So masking it along those lines. And then very carefully going around things like the ladder and that. So it looks actually realistic. Right, let's go back. Yeah, a bit of extra blur, but that's kind of where we are now. So yeah, lots of work on the shadow. I did add some extra tentacles. Where are they? Where's me extra tentacles? Yeah, so we got the tentacles going out the back there, but it's just a bit too much, I think. Oh, I could bring those back. I feel like it's a bit too much. It's already looking like the apple and snakes layer panel. Oh, I know, it's very... Yeah. I will try and keep this a bit more under control. Hey, Art Graphic. How you doing? For me, I think add some shadow white. Or some highlights. Yeah, the shadows in this one, there's a lot to do because you've got all the different tentacles, you've got the teapot. It started, yesterday, it started off okay, but it was looking not great, and it's just that process of refining the shadows. I've got some mist that I'm going to flick on later on as well. And there's some that I've added into the background. Just kind of brings the whole thing to life and lifts the character, the octopus here, off the background as well. Yeah, so okay, yeah, Paul, I'm trying to be smart here. So there's so many layers, and it's like tentacle 1, tentacle 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, octopus, front tentacles, back tentacles. It was giving me a bit of a headache scrolling through. So I've colored them up. So the blue is the entire octopus and the teapot as a whole, and the pink is just the octopus. So it purely just makes it easier for me to find where the heck I am. You know, down here I know that the octopus has ended, and that's the teapot. Hey Zakir, how you doing? Where's the cinnamon bun? Not there yet, but I don't know. I was thinking of sticking the cinnamon bun there on the step, but I don't know if that's a bit too in shot. I don't know. Or we could hang it up here. We could. There's quite a few places up here we could put it, but maybe we can get this one a bit more prominent. I feel like the first one was a bit too out of focus. Like it was up in the tree. Do you know what I mean? Right, I need some music. I've got a lot to do today. All right. Yeah, the teapot. This was tricky as well. The teapot came with its own lighting already, and unfortunately I didn't realize how I was going to compose this. So it's got its shadows, midtones and highlights. No, you shouldn't be able to hear the music. If you can, something's gone very wrong. So I had to literally brush in my own shadows and highlights and kind of supersede what was there. But obviously doing that with a solid fill color layer, you brush over all the texture and you lose it. So I've kind of added in my own texture back in. It's not 100% yet. And then I can add my own kind of highlights around the edge. And this is pretty much where I got to yesterday. Just trying to get them looking a bit more realistic. Yeah, some of these need a bit of work. Soft brush. The edge here. All right, how am I going to do this? Something like that. And then we want to bring some of that highlight around here as well. Ah, right, it's all in the flick of the wrist. There we go, I got a good one then. So it's a bit too chunky, so then I'm going to go in and streamline that. Yeah, not a bad start. So base of the spout, there shouldn't be a shadow there. No, I've not done a lot of the spout. There would be lighting all up here. I've mostly been focusing around here so far. So this handle needs a bit of work as well. The lighting looks very dull. I think it might be this one here. That is the culprit. Reference images are really, really good if you do have them to hand as well. Right, why is that so dark? There's an exposure layer somewhere. Is it you? Yeah, this is a process, like doing this properly. And sometimes it's a lot cleaner than others, that's for sure. Yeah, Zakir, I've started doing a few at this sort of time. A bit better for people in the more eastern part of the world, isn't it, I think? Right, down here, this looks very dark. I don't know how that's going to look. that looks better like that. So I think, and this is the trick as well, turning the layers on and back off, because you could sometimes find that you darken something too much. That needs masking a bit better. So let's rotate the canvas, and we're just going to mask away that kind of fringing around the edge. I don't want that. Yeah, there we go. If you do hear snoring all of a sudden, it's the cat, not me. He's sat behind me, bless him. Yeah, let's just soften that edge a bit. It's a bit, you can see the aliasing here, it's a bit jaggedy anyway. So I'm going to just soften that with this brush. Gives it a much more realistic look. Could actually pull back in some of the original lighting looking at that. Exactly, Afif, yeah. So when it comes to masking, white will bring back part of that image and black will hide. Masking is annoying, confusing and horrible at first, but once you get the hang of it, it's flipping fantastic. Yeah, once you learn masking, you'll probably never use the eraser tool again. There's no reason to. It's like a destructive way of working, like a permanent way of working. I think I'm going to trim the bottom of the teapot. So I'm going to stick down a really bright layer because I cannot see what the heck I'm doing. We'll stick it right on top of everything. And I'm going to just cut the teapot a bit short, and then I'm going to brush in my own shadows and highlights. Now this is a man-made object, so we're going to use the pen tool. So I'm actually cutting into it quite a lot. And this is going to scrub all the work I've done so far, all the highlights and shadows, but that's fine, we'll do it again. Alright, right click, make selection, return. There we go. Hopefully that's a bit more consistent. I just realized what masking is. You should focus on Eastern people. I try to focus on everyone. But at the end of the day, I got kids, I got a family, I got a life as well, so I also got to focus on them. Yeah, let's hide the texture for now. It's just making it harder for me to see what I'm doing. I think I've messed something up here. It could be that layer there. Yeah, I think I've lazily brushed in some highlights. What have I done? Something... Or is it this image? Let's have a look. Oh, right, it's this image. Okay, yeah, it's like a shadow meets a highlight. It's not ideal. Right, I'm going to brush this texture back in. In a few places, just not everywhere. Yeah. It's a bit bright there, isn't it? Ah, there we go. Yeah, some of the highlights down here are a bit lazy. I've kind of added these fine highlights, but you wouldn't really get that down here. I'm pretty sure it would be softer. Hey, Ubi. Hey, Betsalil. Thank you. Yeah, we're getting there. I know this one's got a long way to go. Right, let's turn that layer off actually. Yeah, probably shouldn't have been retouching with that layer on. I totally forgot about that. Okay, so we need to brighten that up now. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't really bother me that there's not that many people on. The reason I'm doing these early morning ones is because, I mean, it is good that people who wouldn't get to watch them can watch them, but if I weren't doing this stream, I would be working on the octopus graphic anyway. So for me, it's like, well, I may as well throw my camera on and I get to hang out with you guys, and if people want to see what I'm working on in real time, then they get to see it, you know? No problem for me to just throw on the camera and share my screen. I'm already doing it anyway, so. Yeah, that gives it a different tone, doesn't it? Right, I've got to add some shadows up here as well, so I've changed that. The problem is when you start adding shadows and then you tweak stuff and move stuff around, and then it's like, whoops, you got to redo things. Okay, so I need to add another one up here. I'm just going to brush that in. Just do it very rough for now. It's a little bit lazy. for now, but we can fix that. Right, highlights up here. So the rope, it's got highlights. The highlights won't pass through. Where the tentacle is, and these highlights are pretty lazy already, so they need probably redoing. In fact, let's just add a bit of spill over there. This is kind of where the light would spill, so you don't just get these highlights on the edge. Yeah. Oh yeah, we've got to north face. The hoodie is north face. Yeah, we're going to definitely add some particles. That's like the easiest part, dust particles. I've already added the fog, but I've kind of, well, not the fog, the mist, but I've sort of turned it off in the foreground because I don't want it to interfere. This is like the thing I've got to focus on now, is the retouching. The background is just the easy bit. You just blur most of it, you throw in the water, you just blast out the fog. Super, super easy. But getting the teapot, the octopus looking right, is the hardest bit by a long shot. Yeah, so there's the beginning. Teapot. So you can see the difference between teapot attempt 1 at retouching and then where we've got to now. Yeah, it's the cat. He's asleep behind me. I've made him a little bed next to me. Otherwise, he's just gonna meow and purr and headbutt me and irritate me. So, yeah, this is all looking pretty good, actually. Not to just toot my own trumpet a little bit. Blended the tentacles together. That is 2 separate tentacles. It's kind of noticeable when you zoom in. Really noticeable. And I will work on that some more, but it's not the worst thing. Yeah, the eyes are going to be tricky. Yeah, going to have to go around the octopus head as well. Use a much harder brush for this, so we get a nice edge. Not too soft, but not too hard that it looks unnatural. And we can clear up this weird jaggedy aliasing at the same time. So we want to get rid of that blue, even if it means cutting into the octopus. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, the secret ingredient to making stuff like this is, I mean, obviously technical knowledge helps, but time, refining with that time, and perseverance. I can't tell you the number of kind of pieces of work I've done like this where I nearly didn't do it because I didn't think I was good enough, or I thought about giving up. Thank goodness I didn't, because then I kind of went on to make something really cool. And every time you do that, when you think about like, oh, I couldn't do that, and you nearly don't do it, or you think about giving up and then you actually don't and you finish the thing, every time you do that, it's great because you're like, oh, I can do more than I thought I could, which is obviously good for building your confidence. But next time you're thinking of doubting yourself, it makes you go, oh, maybe if I stick with this, it will end up looking good like that other one I did. If I give up, that amazing design will cease to exist. So many of these I've done that start off absolutely crap, and I think they're crap, and then I'm like, oh, I'm crap, I'm rubbish, blah blah blah, all that internal noise, that self-doubting nonsense that we get in our head, and you just tell it to just shut the hell up and you keep going. Alright, let's get rid of this weird blue edge that we've got for some reason. I mean, we could actually change that with a hue and saturation adjustment layer, but it gives me a chance. I mean, look at that, so much better. I like doing it this way because it gives me a chance to look at the difference, finesse the edge anyway, and here as well. Yeah, so I can get rid of that aliasing with that nice soft brush. Ah, way better. Way better. Yeah, we've got some of that here as well. Howdy. Poppy has entered the chat. Or the room, to be more specific. Crumble's got his new spot next to me. Crumble's got his new spot next to me.
A new spot, is it?
Yeah, he was meowing to come up right before going live, and so I just made him I put the Caesar head on the floor for now. I just made him up a little bed, which he seemed pretty content with. I had a chat with him and I said, look, you can't walk all over the desk on stream because you'll get tangled up in the headphones and knock the coffee over. So he was like, all right, mate, I'll sit on that blanket.
Aww.
That's all you're getting. Right, we're going to do the tentacle over here now. No, that's the wrong layer. Where's the one I need? Ah, okay. You can see here it's a bit of a bridge between the octopus and that other layer. There are various techniques that you can use to remove all of this. In fact, there's loads. But the problem with those techniques is at the moment, this is so complicated with multiple layers and intertwined that if I were to try and remove this white border, this fringing around the edge, some areas it's more extreme than others, so it isn't like consistent. If it was, you could then just remove it, but because it's so inconsistent, I could remove it from one bit and it would remove too much from another bit. So this makes a massive difference, by the way. If you have this kind of stuff in your work, this weird glow around the edge, it makes it look just nowhere near as good, so please get rid of it. Same for softening the edges. If your edges are like perfectly crisp, it just won't look good. And it's such an easy fix. Yeah, it looks so much better. No, I've not looked yet. I've got my screenshot of your comment on my desktop. My desktop at the minute is like someone's just set a bomb off. It's just files and things everywhere. So I will get to it. In fact, no, I'm going to look at it now. We'll look at it now just really quickly. Might spark some inspiration. But I want to sit down and have like a proper looky-loo. Oh, wow. Oh, that's so cool. Oh yeah, very like outdoors, lots of nature. I like mixing man-made and nature elements. Oh wow, that's cool. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, some of them are like really simple, but technically they're just so flawlessly executed. That's yeah. Very clever. Nice.
The boys have requested snacks.
The boys have requested snacks?
Yeah.
What are you, their little butler?
Pretty much.
Jeez. Be like, you don't make demands of me, boy. Like, go outside and shovel some snow.
You're having snow.
Well, go and find some snow and then shovel it. That'd be a fair trade. If they're requesting you make them a snack, I think it's fair enough that you request that they find you some snow. I mean, that would involve sending the children off, maybe up into the mountains, which probably like, I don't know, at 4 and 9 probably isn't the best idea, is it?
No, probably not.
Probably not. Slightly illegal. Could be considered bad parenting, but get like a surprise visit from someone. Oh, where are the kids? Oh, they gone up the local mountain to find snow. Actually, we don't really have any mountains here, do we? I think the closest proper mountain would be like Wales or Snowdon or something.
Yeah.
I think Wales is probably a bit far to send the kids, isn't it?
Why have you got a baguette?
I got a baguette. Wait a minute. That sounded like an accusation. I don't like your tone. No, so basically the baguette was just there and it said, buy me.
Okay.
And it was 80p. So I was like, well... And I gave it a little squeeze as well, because I was thinking they're going to put out the baguettes that are out of date and they're going to be really hard. And
Wanted baguette.
oh, don't say that. I wish I would have bought them all now. Don't worry, baguettes, I'll give you a home in my belly. Yeah, but no, it passed the squeeze test. It was nice and squishy, and I thought 80p. Go on, Dan. Treat the family.
Good for croutons.
Oh yeah, I suppose actually. Crouton. Really, photos, massive inspiration for sure. I've always tried to recreate the floating bottle photo. Oh, I think I saw that just then. Hang on, let me. Floating. I think I know the one you mean. Oh, in the water. Oh yeah, I mean that would be fun to try something like that. So what have you got? You got the water, the bottle, water droplets on the camera, and then you got a little world inside it. Huh. Yeah, that would be a fun one to try. In fact, actually, I like the idea of looking at someone like his work and trying to kind of mimic it with my own version. So doing the bottle in the water. Oh wow, there's another one where someone's like asleep floating in their room. That is flipping cool. That's really cool. Their 10-year-old was walking home. Yeah, I think you probably need more context for that. I think like kids walk to school all the time on their own, at least where we are. We're very lucky where we live. Very, very, very safe area. Oh yeah, this makes such a difference. It takes a while, but removing this from the entire design is just going to make the whole thing look way better. And it's one of those things that you kind of want to do, because otherwise you'll be staring at the design going, something looks off, something looks off. And at least if we can remove the things now that look off, it just means we're going to, hopefully as this gets better and better, we'll notice less and less. Right. You see what I mean? We've got multiple tentacles. We've got to switch to different layers. That's so cool. Right. You can rotate the canvas with R as well. So when using a tablet or pen display, sometimes it's a bit more comfortable and you get a better drawing kind of angle. You get like smoother lines and it's easier to brush in certain directions. So I kind of rotate the canvas to suit how I'm drawing on the tablet. Ooh, oh, don't know what's happened there. Yuck. Gotta sort that out. I'm going to get rid of these blue bits because I'm not entirely sure what they are. Maybe they were part of the AI generated bit, or I'm not really sure. Or it could be an adjustment layer that I've used that's made the color go a bit silly. Way better. Before, after. You see all that edging. Octopus before and now. It's just not even close. And these are the details that can separate the difference between amateur and more professional work, is these tiny little details. Like when we've done design review, there's been some designs that have been so creative from a conceptual idea point of view, but it's the technical execution that there's just like these little mistakes and things that I'm looking at and I'm going, if you just did this or you just did that, it would have made it look better, you know. Oh, cheers, Cosmin. Yeah, we're getting there. This is looking really good. Looks a lot better. Okay, right. That's encouraging. We're heading in the right direction. Yeah, shadows still aren't right, but it's just a case of refining. The lighting on the teapot. I think I explained this a minute ago, but I didn't do a very good job explaining it. So yeah, this is the original image. So it's got very, very clear shadows, midtones, and highlights, which is great, but I should have put in the prompt for it to be evenly lit, just a flat, consistent color across the entire thing, so I can then add in my own shadows and highlights. And because this has a specific color, it doesn't fit with the image because it's like a very dramatic cinematic image. You've got the light coming from the window behind and on the side, so I had to actually use a solid color to brush in my own shadows and highlights effectively, and then add in more highlights. And in doing that, you lose the texture because you're adding, whereas you would normally use curves or exposure, that's fine because it doesn't mess around with the texture underneath. But when you're brushing in a solid color, You are just painting over the top of it effectively. So I had to then reintroduce another texture, and it's not quite right. And I might just adjust the contrast on that. Which might be quite a good idea actually. Yeah. There's that bit in the bottom left corner that the edge highlights down here just look weird. Oh, it's something that's just not working. And like here as well. So I'm gonna have to brush in, you know, get rid of these. In fact, let's just brush it all in. We'll start, we need a soft brush again. So we're gonna switch back to that and just brush it all in. This bit's not too bad. Oh, what have I got here? Whoops. Okay, let's get rid of the octopus from there. Alright, oh, what tentacle is it? No. No. Yes. We got the tentacle blending into the teapot. Okay, so now I've just brushed this in. Oh no, we've got it there as well. Oh. Oh my goodness. You can see this does get a bit bonkers with all the different layers and tentacles. Just while I'm here, I'm going to clean you up. Okay. Right, I'm gonna go with a nice low flow value and just brush in one step at a time. Here, got some light that would be kind of catching there as well. Probably less of it here because of the tentacle, but there is a tiny gap there. So we would get like a little bit of light just creeping through. Here we'd probably some catching the end of the spout. A little bit on the underside. Definitely some here. This would. Yeah, that would probably spill over a little bit more. Yeah. Might possibly be a little bit dark. Yeah, these tentacles up here, this whole bit needs some more shadows really. It's just thinking about the best way to do them because it's very light, this area. So I'm probably just going to run it around here. Just along the edge, it's going to give everything a bit more of a three-dimensional depth to it. And hopefully stop everything looking flat. Alright, that's a bit better. Before, after. Right, I'll just drop that in there. Oh wow, look at the difference. That's just today. Before, after. Especially around the octopus head. No. Should I turn on the effects? Yeah, you might. Yeah. You might be right with the spout, actually. Maybe I should brighten the spout a little bit, or just give like a quick pass over it. And then keep more of the shadows to these bits here, where the tentacle kind of is obscuring a lot of it. Yeah, I'll work with the fog layer on now. Right, let's lock it. Okay, tentacle. Which one are you? I should have named them better. I called them like 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and I forget which one's which. Right, that's 4. Alright, this needs a slightly better blend. There we go. Different suckers, which is kind of a problem, but Yeah, we need some shadows on there, I think. Again, we're going to run them around there so we get that depth. Probably around here because the light isn't really passing through there. These would have shadows around them. And then these would probably have like a bit of a light around the edge, but would be very much in shadow. So before, after. And I got to go around the other side as well. And just brush in. Yeah, brush in some shadows here just to kind of add a bit more depth. Pretzel looking tentacle. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Something like that. I might change them to pink and brush in something, or copy and paste. Not sure yet. Hey, good morning, Alana. How's it going? Nice. Yikes. There we go. We got to sort that out. Yeah, really small tentacle. I desperately want to do a Bloodborne themed piece of work at some point.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
I desperately want to. It's probably one of my favourite games of all time, and I'm desperate to do one. Listening to the music for like 20 something hours or whatever, I would spend a long time on that. Do you know I said about doing a 24-hour stream for something? I could easily actually do it from a mental perspective. I could literally sit in Photoshop and do this.
But could you sit down that long?
That's the thing. I think my body would find it harder.
Awful.
I could literally do this for hours and hours and hours non-stop, and I would never ever get bored.
You probably knock like 10 years off your life.
Hey?
You probably knock like 10 years off your life.
Probably, yeah. But I wouldn't get bored doing it. I would have the best time. Maybe one day. I mean, I suppose you could do it and have just scheduled stand up, walk around, stretch your legs for 5 minutes.
Yeah, Lana says take
breaks or something. Or I mean, if I had the live stream on my phone, I could just get up, walk around for 10 minutes, but carry on streaming and talking and answering questions and things.
Mm-hmm.
Just take a break from the actual computer.
People are messaging. Check your messages, Dan.
What messages?
the chat.
What? Oh, I don't know. Ah, someone's just enrolled in the Illustrator Masterclass.
Hey.
Yeah.
Was it Alana's mum?
I don't know, actually. No, I don't think so. I noticed you changed your time to go live. You've got me watching your class in the bathroom at work. Oh no, don't get fired for watching the stream or something. Yeah, definitely take breaks during it. Oh yeah, I love streaming, Alana. We're definitely heading that way. Yeah, I mean, well, I said last week was a bit of an experiment, really. It was a bit of a, I'm just going to try and stream 4 or... Did we do 4 or 5? No, I think I did 5 days last week, didn't I? Or did I not do Friday? No, it might have been 4.
Yeah, I think it's 4.
I was just thinking, like, I'm going to just try and do it day after day. And just see how I find it. And then doing it from home is definitely... Like, I've obviously got the office, but it's so easy doing it from home. So normally it's the Monday and the Wednesday that's the afternoon stream for me, and then these ones on Tuesday, Thursday, I come home from the PT session and just have some breakfast and go live. It's so easy to do. And if I didn't go live, I'd be sat there designing something anyway. So may as well just go live and show people what I'm working on, you know? I think sometimes as well it's nice to actually just see the process. Like, this is how I actually work, you know? It's not like tutorials and videos and YouTube's great and everything, but sometimes, you know, when you watch a tutorial, you kind of it's prepared. Like a lot of my videos, they're all prepared, you know, planned and everything. And most of the time things go according to plan. When in reality, when you're actually designing, stuff doesn't go according to plan. And that's what happens on these streams. So I think it gives you like a real world look at some of the actual problems that someone like me might face when I'm working on something and how I deal with it.
Tentacles look weird there.
Yes, because they're 2 separate images. So I've got to blend these together somehow. So here, I could desaturate it. And there you go, boom. See that?
But they're not in the right place.
Not yet, they're not. But just by tweaking a few things.
Still Not Me says, I do think we need design reviews like once a month.
Yeah. Faux show. Yeah, something's gone wrong here, isn't it? This tentacle is looking a bit odd. What tentacle is this? Oh no, I've forgotten the name. Is it 3? Ah, yeah, there we go. Right. Yeah, this one is, oh, flipping out, this is a bit tricky. Blah, blah, blah. I wonder, actually, I'm gonna try and be really cheeky and a bit lazy. Let's see if I can get generative fill to fix that. It's a technique I call generative stitch, where it'll stitch two things together, which is very handy. I can't remember if I coined that technique or if someone else did, but whatever. I'll take credit for it. Yeah, I've got a lot of emails, Raquel. So if you've emailed me, it will be there in a queue. I've got my emails that are like oh, that's a weird tentacle. Emails that are like general inquiries, and then I've got my course students, and the course students one is always the inbox I go through first, just to make sure that they're getting the help they need so they can progress with their courses. So if anyone's emailed me, it's in a queue ready to be replied to. The only downside is I am just one person, so there's only so much I can do, unfortunately, until I can figure out how to clone myself. Right. Yeah, there's definitely like an overlap here of tentacles. Ah, this is tricky. Yeah, I've mucked that up a bit, haven't I? Ah, right, I could actually be cheeky and curve that around. There you go. Teapot. Oh, that corner's odd. I wonder if I could get away with, I wonder if I could deal with that by just having it darkened and having some slightly more dramatic shadows there. Let's try it. Let's try. Right, tentacle 3, so I'm going to duplicate that up there, delete the mask, add a fresh one, and then try and continue this. It's a bit lazy, but it might work. Got to add some shadows there anyway. I'm not going to say it looks horrific. Might be able to get away with it. Maybe if I just stuck a couple of these, the tentacle difference, I need to address that. I can't cheat that. I'm going to have to copy these and then paste them and resize them. I'm going to have to. There's no other way to fix that. And the sizing does go a bit weird here, where it gets smaller or larger, but tentacle 4. Okay, so curves. I'll do the curves and get the highlights. This will darken all of the highlights across the whole thing. It's just looking a little bit too bright for my liking. Especially these bits here that are like obscured. And then that tentacle behind. Oh no, we're going to go to adjustment layer city here. We really are. That's going to have to be darker. That's got to be darker because there's other stuff above that as well. Turn it off. Yeah, there we go. Tentacle 4. I would erase the left line of the suction cup of that tentacle. The left line of the suction cup for that tentacle. Ooh, which tentacle are you referring to? I think the teapot needs a bit more contrast now. And I've definitely got this layer that I could bring that down. Push that up to create more contrast. Yeah, I did have another tentacle of him hanging on, but this one I think looks better. And I will have him reflected in the water as well. Yeah, so that's the blending work we've done, which is, yeah, it's looking much better. Oh, it's getting there. So this is that was some point last night. There, and then just building on those shadows. So this is what we've done on the stream. It's weird when you turn the layers off and back on. It's like a complete shift. All the shadows and the highlights seem to just jump around in an instant. But yeah, it's getting there. Oh, it's looking cool, man. That is looking good. Right, the rope is a bit dark. Yeah, I might use a colour for the rope. You can, of course, use your exposure and curves and all that. But I think sometimes using a colour can actually give a better result. Yeah, maybe linear burn. No. Oh, actually, no, it is quite good that it's lit from the bottom. Yeah, actually, no, I should keep this. Actually, no, I'm going to try it with curves. The thing you can do with curves that you can't do with exposure is you can darken it and play around with all the midtones and the lighting and stuff, but you can also play around with the channels. So I could introduce a bit more red if I wanted to warm it up. Whereas with exposure, you can't play around with the color. It is just the exposure. Let's get a highlight in there. Ooh, that wasn't what I was going to do, but it's got quite an interesting atmosphere. That whole red, orangey thing. What part of photo manipulation do you think is the hardest? Why? For me, it's the shadows and highlights. Yeah, I'm going to agree with you there. Yeah, I would say the same thing. The composition for this was, I wouldn't say coming up with the idea is hard. It just takes time. I think when I'm thinking of what I'm thinking of when I say hard is like technical skill. You know, there's a lot of things I do in Photoshop that don't require any skill whatsoever. It just requires knowledge of the right tool and then the time to do it. Whereas I think when you get into the realms of this sort of thing, it does require a degree of skill. Maybe not the same skill that an artist would possess, someone who would, you know, draw, you know, some sort of crazy masterpiece. Ooh, this is looking tasty. But yeah, to be able to look at something and go, oh yeah, this is what's wrong, this is what's needed. Yeah, I think that definitely is a skill. It's like you're training your eye to spot and notice things, you know. Right, that's way too punchy. I like it, but it's way too punchy. So if I bring that down, if I bring it down, it goes a bit crap. The colors go a bit weird. Whereas if I add another separate adjustment layer, it doesn't screw around with the color. so I can desaturate it a little bit. Right, let's get rid of that. Yeah, too many adjustment layers. Yeah, the colours look off there, they're way too punchy. Ooh, yeah, maybe a blending mode. Be a good fix. Hard light, yeah, that could work. That's a bit better. I mean, we could introduce like a more orangey thing into the background. I do quite like that. It kind of warms it all up a little bit. I think I like it. Hey, Francis. Oh, I think the rope as well. I think I need to lift the blacks a bit. Yeah, there we go. I crushed the midtones too much and I destroyed. Yeah, look at that. So that was the mistake I made. See the midtones? I brought those down way too low and then I tried to kind of punch it up and fix it with other adjustment layers. Whereas if you bring it up, look at the difference now. I've got way more control. So let that be a lesson to you. So now I should be able to bring that up. Okay. We haven't even got to the actual liquid falling out yet. Although I do want to see what the reflection would look like. Let's go. The reflection is kind of the thing I need to do at the end because it has to be like on a pasted, flattened version of everything. But let's just see how it would look. Right, offset. Could have the water now. Let's have the water a bit lower. What you're doing?
Just getting something.
That could work. Yes, it's an extension. If you search for Flaming Pear Flood 2, it's an extension, and if I click on it, it says 12 days left. I swear I've had it installed more. I've had it installed more than 12 days, so I'm not sure what the trial is. I thought it was 14 days. I bought it years ago and I've lost my key or whatever, so I might just buy it again because it's so flipping good. Oh, please send questions to support Flaming Pear. Okay, maybe I'll just email them then. Get my code. They should have it. Yeah, worth buying. I'm pretty sure it's not a subscription. It's just like a one-off. Right, I don't think the angle quite matches up there, but that's okay. So I'm just going to brush this in. There we go. We should be able to seamlessly blend this in. There you go, something like that. And then curves, just to drop it down. Just to kind of get an idea of how it's going to look. So it looks a bit empty and blank at the bottom, but there will be more detail there in the end. So it won't be that empty space. You know, you've got the rope up here, you will have the reflection be a bit more prominent there. And maybe I'll have a little something, a pocket watch or a, I don't know, something, a bit of a cutlass or whatever floating in the water. We've got the drip of the ink as well to get in there. I could even drop the opacity of that just to blend the reflection a bit more. Oh, let's add a few effects. I can't resist anymore. I got to add some particles. I'm going to add this. I'm going to add this with a brush actually. Dust particles. They're a bit big. Usually you kind of see the particles more in the light, so I'm going to kind of try and localize the particles to the areas that are lit up. This particular brush does vary the size as well, and I'm just going to do a few with a lower opacity. Just so we've got some variation, and because they're white, normally overlay blends quite nicely. But if I duplicate them a bunch of times, I think it's because they were a bit transparent, but if you duplicate them so they're very, very white, you can then use overlay. And you'll see that the overlay blending mode blends that white into the surrounding areas, so you get the colors behind coming through the particles, which is a bit more realistic. So yeah, rather than brushing in your particles with a very specific color, unless you've got like a prominent light source, brush them in with just white. If they don't stamp as proper white and they're transparent, just duplicate the layer a bunch, merge them together, then use overlay. Soft light's good as well, it's a bit more subtle. Yeah, I could go with that actually. I'm also going to convert it to a smart object just so I can then blur it. Blur the particles a bit. Go with maybe 2. Oh no, overlay's a bit better. Yeah, there we go. And then I can drop the opacity to something low and then just brush out any particles that I don't want. Particles are great, but I try not to like overuse them, whereby they actually just, do you know what I mean? Like the design's not good, so the particles, don't use particles to just fix bad retouching or lazy retouching. Like make sure the design itself is good first. Yeah, subtle particles, but pretty good. We could add some in the foreground as well. Hey, oh look at it. Not bad for a few hours work. Yeah, it's nearly been nearly 2 hours. How has that been 2 hours nearly? What?
Flies by.
It really does. Yes, yeah, I will redo the water. I'm just kind of throwing it in there just to get an idea of how it's going to look. That's flipping cool. Oh man. Right. Okay, I should probably mention the fact I'm launching an advanced Photoshop masterclass. Probably, shouldn't I? So, where is it? This is somewhere. Yeah, so if you want to learn how I create designs like this, all the secrets, the techniques, if you're looking at these adjustment layers and going, this looks horrific, I don't understand, please, like, help me. This is the Photoshop masterclass that is launching on the 15th of March, and it's gonna show you all the techniques. I use the same techniques in every single retouch, whether it's a snake and an apple like we did the other day, or an octopus hanging from a teapot in a flooded cabin. It's pretty much the same techniques, but it's just how to do them properly, how to master them. So this is my Photoshop masterclass. There's a link for that. There is like an ultimate bundle where you get all of the courses and save quite a lot. So that's what I'll play the trailer for in a sec. But in this trailer you'll see, this is the trailer for the ultimate bundle that's got Illustrator as well. And yeah, so You'll see some of the designs in the trailer though that are from the Photoshop course. So if you want to learn all of my secrets for Photoshop and Illustrator, there's courses coming that are going to start at an advanced level, and they're just going to teach basically. Thank you very much for the vote of confidence over there. So, hey! And it's going to teach. They're both going to teach the best of what I can teach with the software. So if you look at those master classes, the new ones coming, and go, that's not advanced enough, I'm not your guy. But it's going to teach the best of what I can do. Anyway, enough waffling. Here is the trailer. With this ultimate course bundle, you'll gain the skills I've mastered over 2 decades as a professional designer. Right, there we go. Anyway, back to octopus. What's next? Well, this teapot, in theory, might be quite wet. So I probably should add some water droplets. Let's see if I can get a... water droplet brushes. 15. That could be quite helpful. Let's try that. And oh, hang on, where's my... yeah, there we go. Oh, I know what I need. I'm looking in the wrong place. I need an image of like raindrops on a black background. Raindrops overlays. Yeah, this could work. Alright, we'll try this. We'll try these. Let's install them. I'm getting these from Envato Elements if you're interested. Link in the description. These are more like bubbles than raindrops, but we'll give them a go. We'll try number 7. Yeah, that is a good point actually. Gal said, I think a subtle reflection of the surrounding environment on the teapot. I think it was more reflective, and then because I had to fix the shadows and everything with my own, it's become less reflective. So that's a really good point. I wonder if I could just reuse part of the cabin actually. Yeah, I know what you mean. So something that we can't see behind the camera almost. I'm going to copy and paste that. Where's the teapot? Teapot. Okay, So then let's flip it around, just because why not? Yeah, let's say the captain's got a thing on the other side. And we could try and blend this. Yeah, you see I can control how reflective it is or isn't. So we could make it really reflective. But then I'm gonna I'll make it a smart object first, because I'm gonna blur it. That's a bit better, I think. Yeah, you wouldn't get too much detail in the reflection. Maybe move the window out. And then how, oh yeah, because the teapot's at an angle, so the reflection wouldn't just be straight vertical, would it? I suppose I'd need to warp it to possibly follow the contours of the teapot. Whoops, I don't know what I've done there, but that might work. It probably could work, to be fair. Or we could just focus more on the ceiling. Maybe we've just got to get the right part. Yeah, because you can't really see the detail of what is being reflected. But we can make it more visible. That was a really, really good shout. Thank you very much for that, Gal. I suppose if I make it smaller, actually, we might be able to get a bit more detail in. Oh, what? To the teapot, you mean? The manufacturer logo? Okay, well this is a pirate ship, so...
You're a child. No child.
There is a child.
Yeah.
The child has arrived.
Subscribe to Daddy.
Subscribe to Daddy.
That is adorable. Where did you find this thing? Oh no, what am I doing? Yeah, nice. Nice. That's really cool. I can play around with that a bit more. Yeah, let's brighten up the octopus. Right, water droplets. They don't really look like water droplets, but we're going to add them anyway. On top of the reflection. Maybe soft light would be good for this. Kind of stitch these together a little bit. Soft brush. There we go. I'm just using the erase tool here. I'm being a renegade. Ooh. Living dangerously, Dan. Ooh. Yeah, no one's gonna really see that. That's sloppy retouching. Maybe. Droplets. It doesn't really look very droplety. No, that's more of an embossing effect. I tried duplicating it and inverting it, but it didn't really work. But now I should be able to kind of make these droplets a bit less pronounced in a few places and kind of have them show up a bit more where the lighting is. Probably want a harder brush as well, because you don't want fluffy droplets. You kind of want the droplets either there or not there. Yeah, that's really cool. Okay, so we've gone from no reflection, no water droplets to fantastic. That is much better. Nice. An apple. An iPod. Could you put in another tentacle, an apple, just to do... Oh, what? What a pirate ship having a... I mean, I suppose it could be any ship, couldn't it? With an old teapot. Oh, I don't know if I've got it in me to add another tentacle. We did have... I think instead of... The iPod would be funny. But we did have a lid to the teapot. And it was on his head, but now he's tilted, it doesn't really work, it would fall off. So there is part of me that wants to put him holding the teapot lid, but I don't know where, or if that's going to overcomplicate things. So I've kind of hidden it for now, and we'll see what happens with it. But yeah, I think I need a bit more lighting around this part actually. Maybe blend in a new challenge of designing a pirate company logo in Illustrator. I think I think I might do something. All right, well, we need a name. We need a name for the pirate old English teapot manufacturer. So if you could think of like I've got like an old English pirate in my head for some reason. So this is a pirate. He's bought a teapot, but what is the name of the brand of the teapot? We can stamp that on the bottom. That's pretty easy, I think, to emboss that. But we need a name. What would the typeface be? It's not going to be Open Sans, or it would be probably what, Times New Roman or something? Something a bit more from that period, I think. Not that I know my history at all. Pirate history. Right.
Crumble snoring.
I said to people earlier, if you start hearing snoring, it's the cat, not me. Oh, fantastic, Adobe. Yes, of course the blur's not going to work, is it? Because why the hell would it work? 2 steps forward, 1 step back. See, that was never a problem in the previous version of Adobe, but now it is. And before, Liquify was broken for all of 2024. And now it's working again, but the gradient tool's busted. Ah, it's so annoying. That's fine. We'll do it the old way. So just going to run a brush down the middle. Oops, softer than that. Yeah, this is just to add a little bit more and contouring to the whole thing. The teapot was looking a bit flat. Yeah, there we go. Just some shadows or some shading on the sides.
Yeah, rustify it.
Make
it rusty.
There is actually a rust texture, but it's further down. But I could bring the layer order, I could shuffle that around to add more texture. Yeah, I mean, we could make it super rusty. Oh, actually, Poppy love. Oh, you might be onto something, my darling. Oh yeah, look at that. It's way better. Just accentuates the rust a bit. Very good. Very good, so good. Put something like 1838 or something. Yeah, no, we need a brand. 1876.
Dansky's teapot.
1876. Is that in Independence? No. 1776. The Declaration of Independence. Ah, yep. That's what we're sticking on there. 1776.
Is that when Alexander Hamilton was around?
I mean, I guess so. George Washington, Jefferson, Hamilton. Yeah, they were in the same time period, weren't they? You have to forgive me, I don't really know my
It's a great show.
American history. Although watching the yeah, we saw Hamilton, the show. It was flipping brilliant. Right. How would that be written? Would it be capitals? Oh no. Whoops. Right, maybe let's space it out a bit. Bump up the tracking. We can curve it in a minute, that's easy enough.
They're saying in Roman.
In Roman numbers. MDCC LXXVI. Huh. I quite like that actually. I mean, yeah, Roman numerals, they get around, don't they? And it's a bit more... I like hiding things in my work. And I've not done it with recent stuff, and I should do it more. We did the cinnamon bun the other day.
The cinnamon bun's got to be in this one as well.
Sorry?
You've got to put the cinnamon bun in this one.
Well, there's a step.
No, you've got to have the cinnamon bun in it.
Yeah, I'm going to put the cinnamon bun in there.
Okay.
Yeah, calm your tits. There's a really... Just calm it down, alright? There's a step. Hang on. Oh, hang on. I'm on the wonk at the minute. You see the step? See the step there on the left?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to possibly put it there.
You will put it there.
I know, but it's not really hiding it. It's, well, hidden in plain sight, maybe.
We'll just put it on its head.
Oh, I need a proper cinnamon bun, though. The other one looked like a poo. And it did. Right. I'm just going to double check that. Just so I got the right doobity doobity. What is 1776? Okay, yeah, no, you got it right. Cool. Can you remember your Roman numerals, Poppy?
No.
Oh yeah, that looks cool. Very cryptic. Much longer way of saying it as well. Right. Okay, this should be straightforward. Right, we'll need a gold texture of some description. That's too bright, so we have to bring that down. And then we'll change the angle. Actually, I want to make the gradient kind of flatter because there isn't really an awful lot of light here. Then we need the bevel. Whoops. Chisel hard. I think down. Oh yeah, we have to make this really small. Yeah. Yeah, that's not too bad. We'll need to put it underneath. Oh, actually, no, I know where I should put it. I should put it right next to the teapot, so all of the layers above it, all the lighting affects it. Yeah, we don't even need the gradient because all the lighting layers above. Oh, what you mean? You mean perfect in the everything's perfectly lined up? Okay. Gonna just give this like the tiniest little bend. That looks good. Gal, you are full of very good ideas. These are great. Might make it a bit smaller, just so it's real subtle. And then quite close to the bottom as well. And drop the transparency down to 70%, just so it's super subtle. Alright, let's add another little checkpoint in there, so it's 7. Oh, I mean, look at that. And that is pretty much all you, Gal, I think. Oh no, the water droplets I think was me, but the rust was Poppy, enhanced the rust. Reflections was you, I think that makes a big difference, and then adding the stamp on it as well, I think that was you too. So thank you very much. That is amazing. I think the reflections make the biggest difference, actually. That's really cool. Because when I brushed in my own shadows and tried to fix the lighting, it definitely flattened a lot of the thing. Right, so where did we start today? Yeah, that's where we started today. That's where we're at now. That is not bad for 2 hours and 15 minutes. Like someone made it by hand and not print, but oh, it's such a small detail. I know what you mean. Yeah, I totally know what you mean. I probably will blur it in the end as well, so it isn't perfectly crisp. And then I could even just shift some of the letters, maybe make some of them a bit crooked. That'll probably be, if I do that, it'll be something I do right at the end. Oh, that camera raw, I love the way it just brings out the detail. This is ridiculous. This is so flippin' cool. Moosh! Hang on. I gotta fight through all the Lego to get the gong. Yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. Moosh, I don't know if you saw it just then. I'll just quickly show you where we started. So we did. Actually, that wasn't yesterday's. In fact, for anyone who's joined as well, this is where we ended up yesterday. God, we've come a long way. It was baby steps yesterday. And then I stuck him in a pirate cabin and flooded the cabin with water. That's where I got to today. And then this is the progression. So we started today's stream there. And then it's pretty much just been lighting and shadows and then just little details, just kind of iterating everything. Oh, what else was I going to do? Did I say I was going to do something just then? Because if I did, I've totally forgotten it. Oh, I know. Hang on. Effects, right. Oh, this is going to make a massive difference. Check this out. This is flipping amazing, this technique. Such an easy win. It's the best, right? So I've got my 2 light sources here. We've got like this cooler one over here, but a warm window here. Drop the flow down to 5%. So, you could brush in all this crap. And I've added some in the background, but what we're going to do is get this right over the window at 5%. I'm going to click the trackpad once, click, make the brush smaller, click, 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 click. And do I change the blending mode? Yeah, we'll go screen. I don't know what you can do. I might need to go and do it again. I might have used a slightly low percentage there. But you can literally just have the light blasting over the corner of the octopus. I might be able to do it here as well. Like that. Psh. Ah, makes such a difference, and it's such an easy win. If it's too punchy, just drop the opacity down. God rays, kind of, yeah. They're less of the coming from the top right like we did with the snake, and more just blasting through from the back. Same thing, it's just different technique doing them from a different perspective. This one's easy. You just have to just brush in some glows. Yeah. Oh, it's quite fun. I mean, I try not to have this kind of final layer too early in the process, because the camera raw filter does just take it from really cool to just flipping awesome. Like, it sharpens things up. I don't think I've even put sharpening on, actually, but there's a few settings in camera raw, like texture and clarity, that are great. A bit of grain and noise, I love that. so I try not to work with this on or anything, but it's nice when you just, what I do is I dump in the new versions as I iterate, and I don't flatten them, I keep them all. So if I end up with 30 in here, it's amazing to see the progression in the steps, to look back on it and just turn the layers off and back on again. Yeah, this is going well. This is going really well. I think I said yesterday when it was you, Afif, wasn't it? I'm not remembering that incorrectly. That said about the octopus on top of the teapot. But when you said that, I was thinking, shit, this is going to be hard. Having an octopus on top of a teapot. And then I had the idea of him like holding the teapot and pouring it himself, which is kind of not turned out too bad actually. Yeah, some slightly lazy shadows here, but we can fix that. Is he alright?
He's sad that his bed's gone.
I know, Crumbles reclaimed it with my assistance.
Where's the gorilla head thing?
It's down there on the floor. He was lurking behind me earlier and he looked like he was going to jump over, and there's coffee, and with the headphones he kind of gets tangled up, and then I have to plonk him down. Whereas now he can just sit there like a big blob, like the blob that he is, and do nothing. As long as he's within 1 foot of Daddy, i.e. me, like he's fine.
Yeah.
It's just such a baby. He even meows at me like a kitten would meow for its mum or something, or for milk or feeding or whatever.
You are his mummy.
I am the mother. I am the mother, and I am the father. Yeah, it's amazing. It is amazing how every little detail just, does add a lot. Okay, what is that? There's a dark bit over there, and I don't know what it is. Tentacle 3? I can't find what layer that is. What? This is why you organize your layers not like this. Ah, is it here? Yes. No, what have I done? Dan, what have you done, you plum? This one? Yes, right, there we go. I mean, I always intend to keep my layers organized. So if they get out of control like this, it's just the way it is. You just got to roll with it, you know. I never set out to screw myself over with bad layer management. But sometimes it's like I want to spend less time managing layers and more time just getting on with it. Like I know what my layers are. Just sometimes when it gets a bit crazy, I've got to dig through them. Just, you know, lie in the bed that I've made, so to speak. Right, maybe a few highlights on Monsieur Octopus. Just in relation to the light sources. Yeah, get that super cinematic lighting in. Seeing as we've made those light sources so dramatic, I think it's only right that we add that in there. Oh, just flipping epic. Flipping epic, mate. Oh, it's none too shabby, eh? Yeah, I think Math said earlier, what do you find hardest? And he said shadows and highlights. And I would agree. I would say highlights are actually, I find them a bit harder. It's easy to just brush them in like that and they look rubbish. There's a real like finesse to not only just adding highlights but knowing where to add them and sort of softening them as well. Like some highlights you kind of, sometimes the light is very soft and it will spill over. If you want to see what I mean, hold your hand up to a light in a dark room and just study the light and spread your fingers and watch the way your light goes through the fingers. It will light up and spill over parts of the back of your hand, but then you'll have these hard highlights, the two different types. And it's kind of learning how light works, I guess. That's quite tricky. Like even here, it's not looking quite right yet. Because sometimes you'll do it too soft and sometimes you'll do it too hard. And again, it all just comes back to this light source here and this light source here, you know. So this one at the back isn't going to hit this because it's covered by the rope, but this one coming from the side might just catch part of it. So it's like it's considering those multiple light sources. Yeah, I think my computer might give up. I know what my layers are until I don't. Yeah, that's kind of where I got to with the snake, actually. I don't know. Have I still got it? Oh, I don't know if I got rid of it. I had a screenshot of my layers. I can't remember if I posted it or not, but it was just, there was like 10 exposure adjustment layers on top of each other. Whereas you can do things a lot cleaner. And if you can, you definitely should. Just because it makes life easier. A bit of sloppy masking there. Which tentacle is that? Hey Scott, good morning. All no school today due to icy roads, so I might be able to hang out for a bit. Nice. Oh, what a shame, Scott. What a shame. The roads are too icy. Well, I guess no school. I'm going to assume you're really disappointed. Alright. Oh, where's my layer gone? Highlight layer. Where have you gone? Oh, bugger. Is it this one? Yeah. I should... Yeah, I'm going to call that highlights, actually. Yeah, naming adjustment layers does make it a lot easier. Oh, okay, Moosh is working from home. Is it actually icy? I mean, we had frost here in the UK this morning, but it wasn't really snow or like crazy ice or anything. These highlights, they take a while, but when you flick your highlights layer on and off, just like your shadows, oh my goodness, it will look excellent. Right, no, this is specifically for the octopus. We can do teapot after. Do you see how I'm doing it? Does it make sense why I'm putting the highlights where I am? Or is anyone thinking, how do you know where to put the highlights? It's an at-home learning day, so I have to get a modified lesson plan out to my students in a bit. Oh, okay, right. Sorry. So you've got students. Gotcha. Gotcha. So that does make things somewhat complicated. Once you've got it done, can you then relax? Is it kind of like you can sort of clock off a bit early, if you know what I mean? Or maybe you can't answer that. Maybe you shouldn't answer that. I think it depends on the person, but I do personally find there's something quite nice about working in your own space. Especially if you've got like a cozy room or something where you can just quietly get on with something, you know. Oh, Mr. Fringing here. Some secrets are meant to be. It is a light day for me. Nice. Never truly a day off. Oh, no snow. Oh, video editing project. Ooh, nice. Is that something you do often, or is that like a something a bit different, bit of a change of pace from what you normally do? Can be quite fun mixing things up. Right. Okay, more highlights. Yeah, tentacle curls back on itself here. So I've got to do this part and then how it curves back on itself. We ain't skimping on the details. Same here. That's a good technique if you're using a mouse or a trackpad as well. Obviously you can't control the thickness of your brush strokes by using pen pressure or anything. So just do it too thick and then remove it on both sides to thin it out that way. Okay, we are getting there. Let's just do a quick turn it off. I'll turn it back on. Yeah, mental. Crazy. Right. That's too dark up there. Yeah, it's kind of good that the original octopus graphic is quite bright anyway, so as I'm adding these highlights in, I can brush back in like a bit of lightness into the whole thing. Back to highlights. Oh, the dust looks great. Nice. Thank you. I have a love-hate relationship with working from home. I like the space, but I go stir crazy. I love my office. I have a whole room and the cats hang out with me all day. See, the fact that you can have cats at work, is that office cats, or do you take your cats to work? That's just flipping amazing. Oh, so lucky that you can do that. I'll take my cats to work. Alright, this is looking way too dark now. Oh, right. Oh. Yeah, that's one thing I miss about doing the whole freelancer and then transitioning into YouTuber thing, is I miss the office banter. Because like when I worked for a company before, like, oh my goodness, there were some people that were so flipping annoying to work with. Some amazing people as well. But some people just flipping heck. I cannot stand the people that just want to rule the roost. They don't want to talk, they don't want to listen, they don't want to trust the people that know what they're talking about, they just want to rule the roost. It's just like, for goodness sake. They're like usually terrible leaders because they just stomp on everyone else. And people feel, you could probably hear the frustration. It was so frustrating kind of having to deal with that. But the team we had, like the team of creatives, so funny. It was such a laugh. Oh yeah, we had some funny times. I do media production for my school in addition to teaching 6th grade. Okay, 6th grade, what is that in terms of age? From the UK, we do it slightly differently. But this project is a side job. I'm working with my son's chess teacher to create an online video course. Oh, nice. An online video course, how to get good at chess, I assume. They're old enough I can have deeper conversations, but they still not fully hit those teenage years. Oh, those years. Oh, that's nice. Oh, you teach at a small private school, not public. Nice. When I worked at DOW, D-O-W? Is that Department of something? Clients, DOW, clients I work with would send an email and come up to me before I even received the email to ask if I saw the email, and then proceed to email the answer. What? Idiots! What? Why would you do that? What's the point in sending the email if you're gonna... I can't. I struggle anyway to process things that are illogical. If something, oops, hang on, got distracted then. If something is illogical to me, I struggle to comprehend it, and it short circuits my brain. I'm a big believer in logic, critical thinking, and things making sense. When they don't make sense, it causes me a degree of distress. Oh, I think we're getting there. I've still got to fix those tentacles. These ones are going to be much more subtle. And if they end up a bit strong like that, I'm just going to run my 70% opacity brush over them. I'll just take them back a little bit. Oh man, what a difference. Oh, Global Chemical Company. I was on the design team there for 7 years. Wow. I do online volunteer work for the schools when I can though. I'm on a graphic committee for high schoolers to help them prepare for the job they would after. Oh, of course, because you were reviewing the CVs, weren't you? Oh, right, that makes sense now. Sorry, I think I must have missed it before. I thought you would. It was like just a one-off thing where you were going and reviewing or CVs, resumes on a graphic design committee for high schoolers. That's so cool. That's so cool. You would not feel safe. Is it that bad, is it? What state are you in, Scott? Does it vary from state to state? I mean, it's probably a stupid question. It's like in the UK, some parts of the country are like safer generally than other parts. Mock interviews and help them review portfolio review at times. Oh, nice. Mock interviews. Very, very helpful. I feel like there's some really critical things about interviewing, like, you know, having confidence, being able to present, hold and have conversations, negotiate salary. Those sorts of things are really, really important, but it's so easy for people to screw up an interview. Like I think I've said before, when we had people, when I worked for a company, me and my manager had to interview different people for like assistant design roles, and the amount of people that turned up for an interview with their portfolio on a memory stick, and it's like, we didn't have a computer for them to put it on, so they actually couldn't show us a portfolio. So, and I know nowadays maybe most places you could, but this is going back like over 10 years, but you should come with the plan B. Do you know what I mean? It's just about sort of preparation. Right, I need to get that cinnamon bun in there. I'm going to get an AI cinnamon bun now because I wasn't happy with the one the other day. So with icing, yeah. I've not even done the ink yet. What did you do? That's a good question. Oof. So Gal made some fantastic suggestions about adding a reflection, so we actually have the entire background reflected onto the surface of the teapot to make it look a bit more glossy. I then added a bit more shadowing on the sides, kind of here and here, to give it a bit more rounded contouringness. That's not a word, but whatever. We've added in Roman numerals 1776, Independence Day or Independence Year for the US, just for fun, really. Little nod, Easter egg. Maybe this thing was made in 1776 because it is a pirate ship after all. Highlights, a bit more rust, and some water droplets that I don't think they look great. They look a bit crap, actually. I must be able to make those water droplets look better. I'm going to try. Right. Color. Oh, is the sound of my computer getting ready to take off. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a better technique for the water droplets. Jet ski. Oh, really? When I say don't feel safe, I mean in the legal sense and the relational sense. You basically have all the responsibilities with no power or resources. Really? What? Right, so it might be like something to do with education in public schools generally, just across the board. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, if you're going to like be responsible for something, you need to have surely like the power to be able to influence it in the right for the right reasons and in the right way, right? And obviously, yeah, to get the support of the parents. Watch out, Elon! This computer is about to blast off into space. Have one of his rockets go up and it gets taken out by a unidentified flying MacBook UFM. Oh my goodness me. That's a lot of highlights. Right. The good news is I've now got to do more highlights. Yay! Right, where are you? I'm going to use the same one. And I'm going to drag you and copy you. Try not to lose you. And then put highlights. This is going to be for the teapot now. Let's make you blue. Yeah, fresh mask. And save the document before the computer crashes. Wait, what? In India, government teachers get a good salary and don't have to teach because most students don't even come to school. Why don't they come to school? What, just because they don't want to, or? I know what would make these droplets a bit more realistic was if they actually came out the edge. So I might do that if I can't find. I need to find a better water droplet, really. Yeah, because water droplets should cast shadows. I'm going to find some more. I need some better ones. Rain droplets on metal. That would be ideal. Ooh, hello. Yeah, I need proper water droplets. Yeah, just like flat on metal. These are good, they're just very large. Although I could use generative expand. I just want them a bit more drippy. Maybe this one. Because if they're on a metallic surface, I can then blend them in. Or maybe this one, actually. Yeah, that looks more realistic. I'm gonna try that. What? They can't find teachers because the students are so unruly. My goodness. What's going on? Where's the discipline? I mean, it is interesting. Even if it's a not ideal situation, it's interesting to learn more about the world. Right, how am I going to do this? Oh, I've already ruined this actually. I need to... Oh no, where's it gone? Where's it gone? I've lost me water. I need to try and expand it, see if I can get more out of it. Because then I can make the drops a bit smaller. So if I go generative expand in all directions, switch that to expand, see if Photoshop will generate me loads more of the same. Yes, we will discuss about the competition. I should probably do that now actually before I shoot off. So UI design competition. It's for, right, so basically I've got the outline of the entire brief and everything. Oh, that's not too bad. But I've got a question or a sticking point that I'm a bit torn on. And that is, it's for a UI design and it's going to be for a video game. So it would be like main menu screen, in-game screen, and then if you want to add any additional screens. And we keep it open because video game design is quite diverse. So, you know, it could be for console gaming, but the UI design aspect is the big focus. However, in the past competitions, we've said no generative AI, no AI to be used. However, if it's going to be a video game or something, there's probably going to be some degree of Photoshop work involved. And just thinking about the things I've done the last week or so, the snake, the apple, the octopus, they've all used that visual electric AI to generate the stock assets. So, and I think if it's going to be a video game as well, being able to use AI to generate video game characters rather than trying to create characters from Unsplash or Pexels or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So I'm always wary about opening the door with AI, but having worked on stuff before like this and other little bits and pieces where I've generated my own stock assets, it does It's a lot of fun, and it makes it just more fun to work with rather than having to go through. I know a lot of people don't have like stock subscriptions, so you have to kind of scroll through free stuff where the quality and the variety of that is just very, very limited, you know. And I think the only reason I would consider saying, hey, if you want to use generative AI for certain parts is that the right image? No, I've got the wrong image, haven't I? Is because it's a UI design competition. So the main part of the thing that will be judged is the actual UI. You know, if you go and generate a crazy, awesome character graphic with AI and it looks like the best thing ever, but the UI is terrible, it makes no. Do you know what I mean? It makes no difference. It's and the sort of, you know, yeah. If there's a heavy use of AI and the AI bit is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, it ain't, you know, you're not going to score bonus points. If anything, it'll be the other way. You could use some sort of wording that states that AI can only be used to enhance the design and not to carry the weight of it. Safe to use isn't. What do you mean from like a commercial use point of view, Paul, or has been AI generated itself, but you don't realize? There is definitely some AI generated stuff on the free sites. I've seen some of it. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah. I don't think there would be licensing issues because we're not, you know, it's not commercial work or anything. It's just being posted in a private Discord. So yeah, that is a really good point actually. Yeah. My vote personally, and this is purely from a selfish perspective, is I would be happy to open the door, knowing that even if people, you know, because if it was a piece of Photoshop work, it would be like nah, because then you're blurring the lines. Oh, but then even this has been done in Photoshop. Oh, it's so blimmin' difficult. It's so difficult. I think if the photo manipulation was the main focal point, giving people the freedom to generate their own stuff gets very, very difficult to moderate. There's so much grey. If I like generated this teapot and this octopus and I generated those assets and gave those out and said those are the ones you got to use, it's a bit different. When you open the door to AI, you just got to expect that, like, I'm trying to expect and anticipate the worst kind of version of it. But I think because the UI is going to be the focal point, it doesn't matter how much generative AI you use or if you use Midjourney to generate the coolest, best things, because it's going to be largely the UI itself, not just what you see, but the usability side of it that you'll be judged on. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's a difficult one. If you said to me, Dan, let people use AI in a Photoshop competition, I would be very wary about it. If you said to me, "Oh, that looks good," "Oh, that looks way better." Nice. Sorry, Mish, I got distracted then. That looks way better. Color dodge for the win. If you said to me, "Do it in a UI design competition," that doesn't bother me because, you know, I've used AI myself. I could sniff it out and go, no, this is AI. AI is doing all the heavy lifting here, and then, you know, it would just get marked down rather than, do you know what I mean? Oh yeah, that's really cool. That looks way better like that. and I am partly thinking, like I say, just from my point of view as well, I would personally prefer to work on something where I can generate characters. So there's actually an idea that I've wanted to do for a long time, and I put it off for 10 different reasons, and that's kind of a remake of Dino Crisis. It's an old PlayStation game. Still holding out hope they do a remake, but you know, we'll see. But I've always wanted to kind of do a modern day version, and I'm sure I could type into like Visual Electric, generate me the character Regina from Dino Crisis, and I know it would do probably a pretty good job, and it just makes it a lot easier. Whereas if I had to go trawling through stock sites trying to find a close match that, you know, which I've already done anyway, and there's not a lot there, or then fudge together different heads and faces, and yeah, I would much rather just be able to kind of get a much better looking character, and then I can do all the Photoshop work on top of it. So there is that element that I am also I know I'm not officially competing, but I am also trying to stack the deck in my favor as well as everyone else's, without causing a headache or problems, you know. What if you choose a handful of AI generated image that could be acceptable? Yeah, so the problem is the theme as well. You know, if one person wants to do a horror theme and one person wants to do more like an Astrobot or a cutesy Mario theme or something like that, they're very, very different. And so it's trying to like be as non-restrictive as possible. Do you know what I mean? Why won't you make 3 to 4 styles of characters in AI, and those will be the, or from a stock if they choose to? Okay, well, yeah, we could do that. If we did that, we would have to kind of decide on a genre. So what, because before I was thinking let's just keep it open, but we could say design an RPG. That's a pretty open genre. You know, you've got like fantasy or anything like that. We could just keep it as a role-playing game, and then I could generate some characters that you can use. You don't have to, but you can. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, so I could do like man, woman, you know, a warrior thing, paladin, mage. But I don't know if people, do you know what I mean? Like, video UI design is quite broad. Video game design is probably more specific, so I don't know how many people would be interested or who are interested in doing this particular one. So then if it's like very specific and I'm giving very specific characters and a theme and a genre, do you know what I mean? I'm just wary about making it too limited for everyone. Yeah, it's a challenge. Redesign a current game. Mesh 2 games together. Have you considered adding a cinema? For God's sake. Yes, actually, we'll get back to that in a minute. We've been distracted with highlights. So many highlights. The cinnamon bun, Rianne, is probably going to go there on the step. Perfect placement. Or we could have it floating in the water, but I think maybe the step. Also, hello. Come on, computer, hang in there. yeah, these parts of the teapot, you can go over these quite aggressively actually to kind of create like a very, very shiny kind of highlight. Oh, actually, yeah, that looks a lot better because it's metal as well, whereas with the tentacles it's a bit more of like an organic material. Whereas with this one you can really give it some swing, whatever that means. Yeah, it's a tricky one, not gonna lie. I have been racking my brain somewhat to figure out the best way to do it. Because we did the Christmas competition and that was like, use these specific images of me. No, that was one before. Whatever that was. Monster Ski, that was it. God, seems like forever ago now. And it's fun to do it every now and then, but I just don't want to kind of do it all the time, you know? Loved Dino Crisis. It's available on PS5. Yeah, I started playing it, Elaine. I gotta be honest, I forgot how because it's so old and clunky with the tank controls. Like, it's really hard. Like, I've literally been getting killed by some of the earliest dinosaurs. You know, after you do the bit, but just before you do the bit with the T-Rex when it comes through the window, there's a dinosaur outside in the hall. I'm playing it on hard, to be fair, but he's just out in the hall. He just keeps getting back up. It's like, I can't keep tranquilizing you. And then I'm shooting him with the handgun and it's like, he ain't going down. And it's just like, what? Like, is it that hard or am I just really bad? Like, I do kind of play those games, even the more modern Resident Evils. I try and conserve ammo. Where's my teapot gone? Yeah, I try not to use too much ammunition. Ammunition, that's the word. But unfortunately what happens is, like, being very frugal with the ammo, I then don't shoot, then they get too close, and then it's like, oh shit, now I'm in trouble. And then I start panic firing, but it's too late. A couple hits and you're gone. It's really hard. Or I'm really terrible at it. Oh, that was a good straight line there, Dan. Well done. Right, so I've got to taper that off a little bit, but not too much. Ah, these highlights are flipping cool. Linear dodge. I'm just wondering if I make them a bit more orange actually. Yeah, I might go with 27. So I'm going to change that on the octopus as well. Make a game based off of a cinnamon bun. We've got to do a cinnamon bun competition at some point. Hey, Kerry. I saw you enrolled in the masterclass earlier on. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait for you to start that. It's honestly, it's going to be so good. What's the narrative of this image? That's a damn good question. That is a very good question. Yeah, it was yesterday, wasn't it? basically yesterday I threw out the same question as the snake and the apple. You know, what? Give me a couple images, and we'll go from there. We had octopus and kettle or teapot was mentioned. Afif said octopus on a teapot. I said, what about him holding the teapot and the spout and pouring it? And then I stuck him on a sinking ship, a pirate ship, in the year, well, possibly the year 1776, which is inscribed in Roman numerals on the bottom of the teapot. That's pretty much it. Primal was another excellent game. Oh, why does that sound familiar? Was that an old game? Primal. PS1 game. Primal Rage or just Primal? 2003 action adventure video game published by Sony. PS2. I never played that. What type of game was that? I think I'm good with ammo because of Counter-Strike. Oh yeah, there is a narrative, pretty much. There once was a ship that set to sea. No, there was the pirate ship, captain's cabin. Something went wrong. Ship sinking. Octopus popped in. Maybe it was the captain's friend, pet octopus. I don't know. And he grabbed hold of the teapot and decided to hold on to the rope because he was afraid of falling in the water, because actually he was raised out of the water on land by the captain and they were best friends. Unfortunately, the captain has since drowned somewhere else in the sea, but the octopus lives on. But because he was raised by the captain out of water, he is terrified of water and he loves drinking tea. But unfortunately, he's connected himself to the top of the teapot and he's scared, so he's released a lot of ink, and then the ink is going to come out of the spout of the teapot. He probably won't survive. Well, he might do. He might fall in the water and think, oh, actually, do you know what? This is fine because I'm an octopus and this is okay. How's that? There you go. There's your narrative. Anyway, back to cinnamon buns. Yeah, there we go. I did, you can see I wasn't lying. I did generate these earlier. Oh, these look tasty. These are way better than the other one. That's the one, I think. The icing is nice, but it'll look too obvious if there's like these big white splodges on top. So as long as I can match the angle, perfect. You could not get a more perfect image. Let's download it. Let's bun this bad boy up. Right. Okay. Oh my goodness. We actually bought a cinnamon bun the other day, Rianne. It was like one of those Tesco massive ones, like 4 cinnamon buns merged into a giant one, and we forgot to eat it. Well, I mean, I forgot. There was a big bite taken out of it, so Poppy might not have forgotten, but I forgot. I found some in the cupboard yesterday or the day before, whenever it was. Oh my god. Obviously, I didn't eat any because I was being good, but I did have a big sniff, and my goodness, my nostrils were dancing with delight. It was just pure heaven, absolute bliss, that smell of cinnamon bun. I cannot tell you, it's just magic. Right, let's get the bun in there. I got to put it in here so all the blur effects do apply to it. This is pretty cool as well, just literally so easy. Flood to plugin by Flaming Pear. Right. Oh, look at that. There's Poppy on there. Da, 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 da. Cinnamon bun. What have you started here? What is this nonsense? Flipping cinnamon bun. Is there like an actual backstory for this cinnamon? Like if someone, right, let's just imagine for a second, okay? Let's just imagine that in 10 years from now I go on to become like this famous artist, you know, selling these designs for $20 million a go. And they go, oh yes, well this artist, Daniel White, also known as Dansky, he hides a cinnamon bun in his designs. And so I'm sat there in an interview and they say, oh, well why do you put the cinnamon bun in the design? What's the story behind that? And then I'm just sat there like, I don't know really. One day a girl called Diane said, I like cinnamon buns. Can you put one of them in there? Like, what am I going to say? Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I think I'll add that cinnamon bun into all my work from now on. I feel like we need like, do you know what I mean? Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, the chat was hungry, so I said like put the cinnamon bun in there. That's good. It represents freshly baked design skills. Nice. Sounds very much like a marketing term, but I like it, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to remember that one. I think I feathered that way too much. Contract. This is ridiculous. This is like a 3.5 hour stream now. I desperately need to go and stand up soon. Right. Let's put the bun over there. I think that's good. Where does that sit on the crop though? Oh, the game Grounded. I saw that. I've not played it though. Is it good? What's his name? Why is he stealing a teapot? Does he really want a good strong brew? Probably. So happy to see I have this power. The power. Oh, this is good actually. I thought it was going to be too obvious, but I don't think it is. It's just there, isn't it? It's just there. It blends with the rest of the scene. I'm going to hide just a little bit of it. I mean, no one's going to see, but I've got to add the shadows, obviously. Let's just do a proper job. Nice squish brush. Very good for adding shadows, and then we can just do that. That's more than suitable. Yeah, there we go. There we go. And then I will just darken the cinnamon bun a wee bit. And then just have some of the light kind of hitting that bit there. There we go. Oh no, that's too dark now. I don't like that. Yeah, this is a bit better. Yeah, don't want to go overboard with it. Maybe just a few highlights. Just going to use brightness and contrast just to mix it up. I know it's like the most tiny, insignificant detail, but got to do it properly. And then we got water. What about the water? There we go. Just have the cinnamon bun floating in the water. And we'll make the shadow really subtle because the water's there anyway. Cool. There we go. That might be a bit dark, I don't know. Let's have a look. Move it up a step, I'm worried for its welfare. Hey Dilshan. I hope it doesn't get soggy. I love the fact the ship is sinking. There's an octopus hanging from a bit of rope with a teapot, and you're worried about the welfare of a cinnamon bun. Oh, I know, it looks too dark there. Do you know what? Because it's blurred, I'm going to forego all the retouching and just leave it like that, so the blurred version is least visible. Hey Benjamin, how's it going? It needs a floaty. Oh, we could have it just floating by. That would be so cute. There we go. It's there. We know it's there. It's all good. It's okay. Right, I'm going to have to call it a day soon because I need to go outside. Yeah, well, they can swim, but this one's scared of water. But sunken pirates today. Yeah, it's a bit. You need to touch grass. I really do, Riam. Yeah, not even just concrete with shoes. I actually need to go and just feel grass between my toes. I think that'd be lovely. I think we're getting there with the octopus. Yeah, I have a bad habit of spending a stupid amount of time finessing insignificant details. And so I think the snake was a good example of like just 2 or 3 days on it, boom, on to the next one. Let's just keep going. We don't need everything to be 100%. Let's just get it all to 98, 99, and then just keep moving on. Otherwise, you know, you learn. I think you learn more when you're constantly challenging yourself with different images. I do need to add the ink though. There's no like liquidy stuff coming out, and I want to get a droplet in the water, but I generated this one earlier like a droplet, but it's very difficult trying to blend it. So I think I was going to add a sploosh but with a brush. I think I've got oh my god, so many brushes. Yeah. Okay, now these are more water drops. Oh my lord, there's a big droplet. So we'll stamp that a couple times. Oh, this could work. I mean, maybe it's not ink. Maybe it is just water. Yeah, we could have that coming up into the teapot. Oh, that'll look cool. Yeah, that's going to work. So then if I get another one, I could have a drop coming off the bottom of the thingy-madoodah. Oh, this would be perfect. Yes, 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 times a million. Couple, 1, 2. If you stamp it a couple times, you get more opacity, like you get more density. You can always then dial back the opacity. If you stamp it only once, you have to then duplicate it later on, so it's kind of a bit tricky. That could fit perfectly on that corner. If I just stretch it out, so we'll get the angle right. Way too big, isn't it? Yeah, let's try and puppet warp it. So we've got one there, I'll pin you there, we'll pin that there. I'm going to pull this one over there. Straighten that around. I wonder if I can pull this down, but still keep this bit up here. And then I wouldn't blend that, I don't think. I'll probably have to do something like this. Yeah, that's not too bad. I have to warp it as well. I need to kind of push that corner up a little bit and then stretch that over there and pull that down. And then I can mask it and sculpt it. So we'll go back to 100%. I'm constantly changing the flow value for this. Up here, by the way. A quick way to change that value is you can press the number keys along the top to change the opacity. But if you hold shift, you can change the flow value as well. So shift and 2 for 20%, 5, 50%. I haven't touched opacity once. This whole thing, it's all just the flow value, because then I can just brush over things again and again. And we'll make it a bit more drippy. There we go. Not too bad. Maybe just push it in a little bit. Oh no. Alright, catch you later, Rianne. Ta-ta. She just came to check the cinnamon bun was there. Make no mistake, everyone. This was just a cinnamon. This was a cinnamon bun audit. Literally. Cinnamon bun inspector. She was just stopping by to go, yep, cinnamon bun. Very good. Carry on. Do you have any videos on optimizing workflow? I think it would be useful if you have any hidden insights. What, for this particular stuff, the photo manipulation? It's a tricky one with this one. I wouldn't say that with this stuff I work particularly efficiently. I could share how I work, and in my new Photoshop masterclass I'll be showing the process of how I do it. I think with this process in particular with photo manipulation, at least for me, there's a lot of back and forth sometimes. It's always the same tools and techniques pretty much that I use, and once you learn them you can use them for everything. Oh, that looks cool. But yeah, a lot of the time it is some designs take longer than others. It's just a case of going backwards and forwards and finessing everything to the nth degree. Oh, that looks cool actually. Yeah, just actually masking that away, kind of, you get the sort of almost a transparent effect a little bit. Makes it look way more realistic. Nice. I'm just gonna warp that a tiny bit. I'm just gonna push it up to round it off. There we go. Bit more jippy. Oh, sorry. For Illustrator. Generally, keyboard shortcuts are the most important thing with it when it comes to Illustrator. 100%. Any repeat tasks that you're going to do, try and set up templates or things that just make, yeah, if there's a task that you repeat over and over again, you don't want to be doing it over and over again. So if you can find ways to kind of automate things to save you redoing them, that's always good. I would say use actions, but in Illustrator actions are a bit rubbish. They don't there's a lot of things that don't get logged as actions for some reason. Photoshop is a lot better. Like, it logs, Photoshop actions log everything you do, whereas Illustrator ones, they just don't. There's a bunch of things you can do and it just doesn't count it. Annoyingly. Hello there, Mr. Manipulator. Right. Anything else glaringly obvious that needs work? A few more highlights down here would be good. Where is my teapot? There you go. Replace layer mask. No, I didn't mean to do that. Where have you gone? Oh man, this is some good progress. Right, we still need to talk about the competition in the AI. I don't feel like we didn't land anywhere in particular with using AI. I would like to try it because it's a UI design competition. I'm keen to try it. I'm just trying to, what I do is I'm trying to like use my UI UX brain to figure out potential issues. If it was a Photoshop competition, it'd be no. But because it's going to be largely UI based, if people want to generate characters from a particular video game, I don't have a problem with that, but I'm just trying to foresee potential issues. Like, you can't use AI to give you a significant advantage in a UI design competition. I think that's where I'm coming from with it. Because, you know, if you generate some crazy AI thing and the image looks amazing but the UI is crap, it's not going to increase your chances. Do you know what I mean? Teapot. Ah, there we go. You got to watch out for these hard lines where images kind of end. Oh yeah, we probably should do a little course shout out in a moment. Attaboy.
Still streaming.
I am. I'm going to wrap it up in a minute because it's been 4 hours nearly.
4 hours.
I don't know where the time's gone.
I need to keep building with my hammer outside. I need to finish my wood factory.
Is Mummy asleep?
Mhm.
Do you know when she fell asleep?
About a few hours ago.
A few hours ago. Do you have a concept? I know you're 9. Have you learned the concept of time yet? When you say a few hours, does that have any kind of meaning to it, or are you just making up a number? Do you know how long a few hours is?
Well, 1 hour 60 minutes.
But do you have the concept of time yet?
In English? Yeah, I was building with my hammer earlier. I was building a wood factory outside.
A wood factory?
Yeah.
What do you do? Make wood?
Yeah.
Excellent.
And I was using my hammer to sculpt the pieces of wood to fit right.
Oh, nice. A wood factory. I feel like we should go out soon. Oh, he's gone. Let's go and get some fresh air. Dansky asking Baby Ski the deep questions. Do you have a concept of time, child? I'm not a small talk kind of person. I like deep, interesting conversations. Do you know the concept of time? I mean, to be fair, the kind of things I ask him, that's pretty tame, really. Oh yeah, right. Oh, I don't want to do it, and I've put off doing it, and I'm going to have to do it another time. But this tentacle weirdness is going to have to be done because it's got totally different sucky bits, and I'm going to have to cut some of these out and copy and paste them, and I just really can't be bothered. But I'm going to have to. The colorization's a bit off, actually. If I saturate it a bit more and make it a bit more pinky, that might help. So we go minus 60 and minus 8. That's better, but the sucky bits are still totally different. Okay. I think this has probably got to be up there with the longest stream I've ever done. An octopus with a teapot. Minus 8. Minus 60. And a little bit pinky there. We'll go minus 65. Just keep dropping that saturation. Okay, maybe minus 70 on that one. But it'll be the sucky bits. That's what's going to kind of pull it together, I think. And it does look quite dark. It looks very dark at the minute. Just find out what layer it's on. Okay, there we go. Right. Let's just add a little bit of brightness here. Yeah, there's still more I can do, but that'll do for now. think effects. We're going to make you violet. Alright, let's turn you off and on actually. Push. Oh, hang on. Effects need to go above the flood bit. There we go. I will do a proper reflection down there at the end. But that'd be good enough for now, I think. Right, copy merged. Open up the final PSD. No, they don't. I don't think they do they? Sorry, Benjamin. I am. Yeah, this has been a long one. It's not just long designing. Like I said earlier, I could design for hours and hours, but it's listening to the sound of my own voice, like talking continuously for a long time, is well, yeah, pretty much 4 hours. It's quite intense on the old vocal cords. Anyway, this is where we... No, where do we start? I'll get the other one up, because the transformation from yesterday is flipping crazy. Where are you? So that's where we left yesterday, after spending, what, several hours of interlinking everything, and that was a pretty good place. I think looking at that was like, yeah, this concept is definitely going to work. It's just going to take a ton of time. Flipping heck. Oh my goodness. So that's kind of where I left it last night. Found the scene, tilted him to the side, got him hanging from some rope, and then I started with the shadows and just kind of left it there. Yeah, okay, so Benjamin, you know what it's like then. Oh, we've got a lot of people in today who do teaching. It's really cool. So, did a bit more work. That was last night. He lost the top of the teapot in his head, and this is where we started the stream today. Yeah, that was the starting point. This is the end point. And this is the progression. So we're just kind of working the shadows, adding the fog and more shadows, or the mist I should say, particles, refining the rope at the top, terrible raindrops, 1776 in Roman numerals, and the sexy glow, which is just flipping delicious. I love that. Super cinematic highlights, which probably need more work, but you can see there the difference they do make. And then teapot highlights, decent raindrops, and fog in the foreground. And then if I save this now and go back, this is all wrapped up inside a smart object with a camera raw filter. So that's got my kind of sharpening, texture, clarity, bit of grain or noise. That's like my finishing touches. You can do a lot with camera raw, but I try to keep as much of the color and the lighting and the shadows out of that, and do that in the main document. Because if I bundle up and start screwing around in camera raw with the smart object, and then I go and work on the design more, when my smart object updates, it might screw up what I've already done. What was I going to do? I was going to do something. Yeah, that's what it looks like with camera raw turned on, which is flipping cool. Yeah, you see what it does? It just gives everything a lot of clarity and a bit more sharpness. So if you've got like a dramatic depth of field and you've got lots of blur in the background, that still stays blurry, but the stuff in the foreground just becomes much sharper. That's what I was going to do. Sometimes these can be useful or give you inspiration for color. So I like to click through them because sometimes they can enhance the design in ways I hadn't considered. So yeah, really dramatic there. Bit cooler. Drop the blues. I always love that one. Doesn't look too different actually. Fall colours. This can look quite nice as well. If I wanted something a bit warmer. Horror blue. Yeah, some of these they're fun to play around with. So if you like the look of that, you might go, oh yeah, I quite like that sort of vintagey look. You wouldn't necessarily do it with a colour lookup. Although actually, maybe because it's an octopus and a pirate ship, maybe it should have an older, sort of more aged look to it. Possibly. I like that idea. So what I would do is I would just add a curves adjustment there, and I would just bring up the blacks. Obviously not too high. Just a little bit like that. Yeah. That's cool. I like that. Subtle, but makes a difference. So you see I'm doing it kind of in the main document, and then I'm going back into the smart object. Paste. Save and close. Yeah, camera roll's awesome. Benjamin, I love that. 1776, eh? That was the year my people stopped being your people. Look, alright, by all accounts, we were arseholes. So I'm sorry, alright? I'm sorry that we... I mean, we're always portrayed as the evil ones, aren't we? We're not... The British aren't represented very well in history. Like, I feel like we were a bit naughty, if you know what I mean. So I can only apologise for our bad behaviour. First time joining live. Exciting. Oh, awesome. I like the British people. But the government. No, our government is totally, well, let's just say they're ducked. It rhymes with ducked. I think the whole world is a very interesting place right now. Interesting being, let's putting it politely. I just try to sit back and observe and quietly just watch everything as the pieces on this chessboard of the world start to move around. Very interesting. Oh yeah, that looks cool. Right, I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, it's fine. Just come over to ours. Just everyone just pile in at our place. It's fine. Oh, I just got to disconnect from it. You just got to disconnect. I think about 4 or 5 years ago, I just disconnected from all of it. I got so sick of it. Sick of the news, sick of politicians. It was just crap in my head all the time, and I just turned it off. I was like, no, you can all sod off. I'm just going to focus on like putting all that time into actually making stuff. And surprise, surprise, my creativity started skyrocketing, and I just got more ideas and started being more productive. So it's very easy to kind of let it consume your brain. Let's just put it that way. This has turned out pretty well. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to think that's nearly done. We haven't got the ink. I might leave the ink in favour of water because I do like those water droplets. Does it need more particles? Probably, but yeah. Usually with this kind of stuff, it's good to step away from it as well. Like, I could just keep staring at this now and drive myself insane. But it's good to step away and just take a look. You'll see things after a few hours or a night of sleep that you wouldn't have seen before, so. Oh, right. I'm gonna eat something. want a cinnamon bun. I want a cinnamon bun. But I can't. Because my PT Liam might be in the chat. He might be lurking. So. Oh, anyway, hopefully you enjoyed this as much as I did. This was bloody productive. 4 hours, but longest stream ever, but this was seriously productive. I did not expect to get that far ahead with it. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, those water droplets as well. Yeah. Pro tip, don't use water droplet brushes unless there is a way to use them I don't know about. Use photos of water droplets and color dodge or one of those blending modes. Just works wonders. Fantastic. Good seeing you, Dan. Have an awesome rest of your day. And you, Benjamin. And you and everyone. Oh yeah, I should probably mention the courses because I've done a bloody awful job so far. So on March 15th, I got the Photoshop Masterclass, and then the new Illustrator Masterclass is the 30th. This is totally different to the original Masterclass. I know it's confusing with the names, but the new Masterclasses are going to teach the best of what I can teach. So if you look at any of the logos, the Illustrator stuff, designing with grids and all this golden ratio, photo manipulation, whatever, all the stuff that you see me do, if you like that and you want to learn, the masterclasses are going to start at an advanced level, and they're going to keep going up until it's as advanced as I go. That's basically what they're going to be. But there's also the first class courses, iconic shortcuts, and you can get all 5 at the moment with the bundle price and the early bird pricing as well, which ends on the 13th. So for basically what I'm saying is there's 5 courses, Photoshop and Illustrator, $379 for all of them, which is it's pretty reasonable. It's pretty insane actually. But that's just my opinion anyway. Anyway, I'm going to shut up, stop waffling, and in a second share the link and play the trailer. So yeah, there's the link. There's the link to the course. Oh, such a waffler. Oh yeah, and the Discord channel. Yeah. It's not just the course. You get the Discord channel, private members area. You can ask questions, get answers. I live in Discord all the time on my computer. And so if you get stuck, you've got someone in your corner to help you. Oh, bless you, cat. Do you want to come and say hello? Do you want to come and say hello? That's what they do with dog toilet roll adverts, isn't it? They get puppies in there to like try and make you buy the toilet roll. So we're going to do course promotions with the cat in future. So I'm going to talk about the course and stroke the really cute cat. Oh, look at him. Look at the cute kitty cat. So yeah, there's my ultimate bundle course. Oh dear. Right, I'm going to shut up and go now. Here's the trailer, and I'll have a good day, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodness me. With this ultimate course bundle, you'll gain the skills I've mastered over 2 decades as a professional designer.